All right, hello. Let me just make sure the stream actually comes up. Because it's not refreshing on the website. And I did not save that overlay, but it's okay. I'll do that later. But hello, everybody. Welcome back to The Force. My name is The Force Nook, and we're playing Hollow Knight, just like every single other person on the internet at this time, because why not? One, I've actually played a lot of Hollow Knight. I got pretty far in the game, but I haven't actually beat it yet. So that's where my goal is over the next few days. I know I haven't been streaming in a while. August has been a bloody crazy month for me, between vacations, conventions, and going on different trips. So I figured might as well just hop back in. Not gonna be great or anything like that. We're just gonna have a good time. But we're gonna see what we can get done, see what we can actually do with Hollow Knight. Honestly, we'll probably get through a lot of stuff pretty quick, just because as I mentioned, I have played Hollow Knight before, but I've never actually beat it. I think I got to like 70 some percent. So let's just see what we can do and see if any of my muscle memory kicks in. Because I think it was like, so I originally got Hollow Knight on PC. Oh, what is with the scaling? We're not touching that. I originally got it on PC, but my save file was under the Windows like Game Pass, because I had Game Pass at the time, and because it was just like a bunch of different games. In the wilds beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret, for none could tame our savage souls. Yet you, the challenge met. Under the palest watch you taught, we changed. Basic instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. From elegy or hallowness by the Monomon the teacher. Yeah, I got it on the Windows like Xbox Games Pass, but I hadn't like beat the game ever. I put a lot of hours into it, a decent amount of hours, but just never actually beat it. And I stopped paying for Game Pass because I did not play that wide of a variety of games very much or very often, so I just stopped paying for it. But that meant I lost my save file as well, so I'm starting from scratch. And I remember a decent bit because I did end up buying the game on my Switch after the fact. Hello, little hollow guy. Look at you, little guy. I did buy the game on the Switch, and I think I got to around where like Mantis Lords were at. And I played that like, what was that, like 3 years ago. So I haven't probably touched Hollow Knight in like 3 years. And of course, Silk Song comes out this week. I was thinking it was going to be holiday when it would come out, like November, December timeframe. Nope, they literally dropped the trailer like almost 2 weeks ago saying, oh yeah, September 4th, the game's out. Whoop-de-doo. And I'm like, all right, guess it's time I should actually beat the game. But I'm excited. I do really like Hollow Knight. Just as I said, I've never fully beat it just because reasons. I say reasons, but I mean, I don't really have any good reasons. It was just something I never got around to actually finishing. Man. I know like all the movement stuff you get too, so now I'm like, ooh man, I am feeling slow. Interact. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. There's a bug on my wall. Your great strength marks you amongst us. Focus your soul, and you shall achieve feats which others can only dream. Collect soul by striking enemies. Once enough soul is collected, hold B to focus soul and heal. Great. Need to do that. Ooh, I can already feel I'm like a little out of practice, obviously, but okay. Very not cool ceiling. There's like one area that completely destroyed me over the stalagmites or stalactites. Or no. Is it stalagmites? Is it like you might step on a stalagmite, but a stalactite is tight to the ceiling? I forget. There's like some little like riddle or rhyme or reason that you go about remembering that. I just forget it because I do not have enough involvement with stalactites and stalagmites during my daily day-to-day life. But yeah, I'm excited. Oh, I forgot about the falling. Well, not gonna get anything down there. Can't do anything right there. Gonna go into the secret area and there, one of the Geo fell down to the floor. I feel like I'm not supposed to be here yet. Higher being, these words are for you alone. Within our lands, do not hide your true form. Let all bask in your majesty, for only this kingdom could produce ones such as you. Yes, I alone am special. Ooh. Fury of the Fallen. Equip a charm to activate its powerful abilities. To equip a charm, open the charms menu while resting at a bench. My first charm. Oh, this just sent me backwards. Okay. Son of a gun. I'm bad at hopping, but I'm gonna hop all around today. So what's everyone been up to? For me, like I said, August has been a wild, crazy, busy month for me. Beginning of August, I actually went to the beach on a nice little beach vacation with my family. And that was very nice. I very much had a wonderful time with that. Oh, hey, missed this before. Went to Virginia Beach and that was a lovely time. Got to spend time with my brother, sister, brother-in-law, mom, dad, amongst grandma and grandpa, and got to do. I can see there's something up there. Got to go to the beach a lot. We didn't actually go to Virginia Beach. We went to like an offshoot down like 4 or 5 miles down the road called Sandbridge. And that was very nice. We've gone there several years. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Beyond this point, you enter the land of the King and Creator. Step across this threshold and obey our laws. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the Eternal Kingdom, Hollow Nest. I thought the civilization was a Z and not an S. I might be wrong there, but... Break down this door. Break down the door. Door has been broken down. But yeah, it was a good time. I was very cautious of sunburn though. The whole time, anytime we went out to the beach, I was very cautious because I had a con. I actually was going to a con called Otakon in DC, and I did not want to be walking around for 2-3 days with the sunburn, you know, because the sunburn alone on its own is just annoying. It just kind of like hurts. I'm sure if you've gotten sunburn before, but hello there, traveler. I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quite, you see. The other residents, they've all disappeared, headed down that well, one by one, into the caverns below. Used to be there was a great kingdom beneath our town. It's long fell to ruin, yet it still draws folks into its depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, that darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too seek your dreams down there. Well, watch out. It's a sickly air that fills the place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. Alright, time to rest. To equip charms, open the charms menu while resting at the bench, and it is the select button. What is this charm? Embodies the fury and heroism that comes upon those who are about to die. When close to death, the bearer's strength will increase. I mean, might as well just like put that on. For all your mapping supplies, we will be opening soon. Zelda and Cornifer. But no, I was like religiously worrying about getting a sunburn. I was setting a timer for like every 2 hours to like make sure that I didn't get a sunburn to reapply, because typically with a lot of sunscreens you're supposed to reapply them like every like 80 minutes if you get in the water. So I was being very annoying to my family, being like, we don't want to get sunburned now, do we want to be careful. And they were like, we don't need to worry about that. First day, my sister got absolutely obliterated by the sun. Like not even anything simple. Like for the rest of the week, she was just burnt to a crisp. It was her own fault, as per her own admittance, because she just did not put any sunscreen on that first day. And the whole week we were down there, it was windy as all could be. Like, I think it was like the very first day was like 30-mile-per-hour winds, which was crazy in itself. And just trying to, we actually got like one of those, like a thin sun shield tarp thing that you could just put like stakes in the ground and hold up. It was basically like a little sun protector. Like a little tent thingy. It wasn't a tent, but you get what I mean. It's like the thing you have picnics kind of. But man, that first day trying to get it set up, it was annoying. Hello there. How delightful to meet another traveler among these forgotten roads. You're a short one, but you have a strong look about you. I'm Quirrell. I have something of an obsession with uncharted places. This ancient kingdom holds many fascinating mysteries, and one of the most intriguing of them is standing right before us. A great stone egg lying in the corpse of an ancient kingdom. And this egg? Is it warm? It certainly gives off a unique air. Can it be opened? There are strange marks all over it. I do so love a mystery, and who knows what other marvels lie even deeper below us. Yes. But yeah, the sunscreen, I was pretty good about it. I think I only got slightly burned on the last day, and I was kind of like relaxing a little bit because the sun wasn't really out that day. And I was like, I'll be fine. And this whole time I'm wearing like a long sleeve, like UV protection shirt because I don't want to get burned. And I took damage, you little pest, you little rat. Why did you do that? Is there anything up here? Nope, just pain. Ooh. I forget a lot of this map, but that's okay. We shall figure out a way. Ooh. You gonna hit me? You're not gonna hit me. I'm just that good. I'm just that goated. I've played the game before, that's why. I love the caterpillars. But no, overall vacation was a good time. I ended up spending a lot of time working on my cosplay for the Otakon convention that I was going to, because me and my brother wanted to like dress up together and do like a cosplay day. And mine was still not done. If you remember, like several streams ago, I was still kind of working on my jacket. I was actually able to get it done. What I'll do is on like Wednesday, as long as we're still can't go this way. I will probably one day. Ow. Because the 2.3 of. Or is it 2.2? 2.2 of the Zenless Zone 0 update comes out. And I'll probably wear it for when we actually play that on stream. I forget where Cornifer is on here. I think this is leading to the boss, but I do not recall. No, I can't believe I went perfectly between both of those geos. Just like the most like perfect distance to actually stop. Oh, I see you up there. I don't think I can get you yet, though. No, I can't get to you yet. I'm sorry, little guy. You'll have to stay in your jar for a little longer. I shall rescue you one day, though. Ah, man, I forget how much fun Hollow Knight is. Such a good game. And I like haven't even fought a boss yet. I'm just like, ooh, I'm giddy. I'm happy. I don't think I'm supposed to be like. I think I went the wrong area. Because I think the caterpillar guy is this way. I think Caterpillar Man is here. Oh, have you found my children? Oh, hey, thank you for the monies. Now don't worry, I'll find all your brothers and sisters. I don't know why that didn't kill, but it's okay, we're finding our way. But yeah, after, so, went on the vacation, and then Otakon was actually kind of during when we were on vacation as well, so me and my brother left a little bit early to actually go to Otakon. And Otakon was great. Got a lot of cool things. Actually, I didn't actually buy too much at Otakon this time around. I had one big purchase, and it was a figure of Akane Shinjo from SSS Dynat or Gridman, and very happy I got that. The reason being, my very first figure ever was Rika from SSS. Like my first, not very first figure, but my very first expensive figure was Rika from SSS Gridman as well. Well, SSSS Gridman. And I got that at Techo several years ago. And wait, did I? No, I'm over here. I don't know where I'm at, so I'm gonna keep on walking around. Hey, my little friendy. Oh, bury my mother pale and slave. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2. And then when you're done, let's bury me too. Do you know that one? It's one of my favorites. We can sing something like else if you like. You start singing and I'll join in. I bet you have a beautiful singing voice. Ha ha ha. So what are you doing down here? If you came to get wealthy, just look around you. These mines are still bursting with riches. There's plenty for everyone. Let's just grab a pick and join in. Ha ha. A little sunshine. I don't think I can actually fully go this way. I think I need like a stomping. Oh. I didn't mean to send that up. Can you please come back down? Thank you. That's just like a spirit thing. So yeah, I got that figure. I can maybe pull it up in a little bit as well, but I very much was happy to find that because when I first got the Rika figure, I wanted both of like the Rika and the Akane, but I couldn't afford it because I already went to my budget. And this was like, I was still getting into like anime figures at the time. So it wasn't like anything like, I wasn't like that too into it at this point in time. But I was like, ooh, I want both of them, but I can't. So I got the character I liked more. I liked Rika more than Akane. So I got that one. And I kind of just made a whole circle here for no point and no reason. So that's fun. I can't go down here. And for the past like, ooh, I just barely dodged that. For the past like 2-3 years, I've been really wanting to get the Akane because I just wanted the matching set. They're both like really cool figures and I wanted them both, but anytime I looked online, it was always like super priced out, that it wasn't like actually it's like market price. And like, I know you can like pay for, like, I think it was like supposed to be like $240 and people were charging like $330 for it. And I was like, I can wait. I'm a patient guy. And so every con for the past 2-3 years, I've been trying to find this figure, and I finally found it. And it was actually initially priced at $300, but the guy said that nobody really wanted it, so they had to bring it back down to its original price. And I'm like, yes, give me the actual price, give me the retail price. So I was able to get it pretty cheap. I was very happy about it. Ah, Conifer! Where are you, my buddy, my pal, my friend? Oh, hello there. Come down to explore these old beautiful ruins. Don't mind me. I have a fondness for exploring myself. Getting lost and finding your way is a pleasure like no other. We're exquisitely lucky, you and I. I am a cartographer by trade, and I'm working on mapping this area right now. Would you like to buy a copy of my work so far? Absolutely. We love Conifer. Oh, that's how I open the map. Okay, yeah. A map can be a useful thing, but it alone won't show you where you are. If you've not the heed for directions, I suggest purchasing a compass for my wife, Iselda. She's just now opening up our new shop in Dirtmouth, selling all sorts of useful things to wanderers like yourself. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. I pop back to see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always so excited to see me. So I know there's a way to green path up above, but we don't want to go to green path yet. We kind of want to just keep exploring, because I forget where we need to go, and I think this is Deep Nest. And ouch, I hurt myself. I know I can do this. I am. Give me the monies. Give me all the monies. Give me all the geo. How far can I actually get in here? Might not be very far. Need to heal up a little bit. Oh, you Stop, your children were hurting me. Ma'am, get your children on a leash. Control your children. Hey, little buddy, I found another one of you. Woohoo! But Otakon was fun. Like I said, got that. I got like 3 prints that were pretty cool. I'll need to look up the guy. But I really didn't spend that much. Usually I allocate like a decent budget, especially because this was a triple payment, to like conventions and going to get stuff. But I actually didn't like find too many things that I wanted. Usually I spend a lot of money in like the artist alley getting like little trinkets and doodads and whatnot. Ooh, money. But this time there just wasn't anything like truly speaking to me. Now, there was a ton of cool panels this year. We went to a Dan one where it was talking about like where all the monsters. Ooh, secret door. Where all the like monsters, like where they are referenced from, where their first like actual world appearances. Talking about like Serpy, like the Serpiids, Serpos, and whatnot. It was really, really cool. Oh, mini boss. Mini boss is kicking my butt for no reason. Okay, you can stop that. I am stronger than you. I have a. I was gonna say I have a gun, but I don't have a gun. I have a nail, and you are just spitting your mucus at. Just not very nice. All right, so Conifer was there. We already explored a little bit to the left. I want want to just see what's down here again. I don't think it's anything I can really get to. Oh, but money! We love the money. Look at that. $45 just by mining right there. We're rich. This is how coal miners felt back in the, I don't know, 30s, 80s? I don't know. Whenever coal miners were super prevalent. So I can either go up or I'm gonna go over here just to see what this is. I think this is just like a little healing bath. Found ourselves a bench. All right, and we need to make our way to that little big horned guy. I forgot we had to do like a weird little wrap around to get to this point. Oh, I didn't realize these guys were over here too. I forgot about them. See, like when I said I haven't beat this game, I really meant it. I just forget a lot about it. You know how like when people talk about like, oh, I wish I could forget a video game so I could like play it again, or forget a show so I could watch it again and be surprised by everything. That's how I am right now with Hollow Knight, because I'm like, ooh, there's so much I forget about this game. That I'm just like, ooh, I remember this now. And it's always like a nice little feeling, a nice little giddy moment that it's like, ah, I found something new, or that I forgot, and it's cool. He made a very like squishy like sound when he died. Rot, rot. It's like little farts from those guys. I feel like there's something up here, but I can't tell. I can't do like any of the weird acrobatics until I have the mantis claw at least. Hello. Ouch. I want to go back up there and see what there is. Gotta get all the monies. We gotta fork over all our cash and our coin over to the wonderful Isolda so we can get the compass and the map. Trinkets. Okay. Okay, I just was dumb there. Actually, was there something between those two down there? No, there wasn't. I just kind of wasted time on that. Time wasted. Our PB is lost now. We can't do any better now. I think we're in this like weird little area. So on my first, so we're coming up on like a stag beetle station. In my very first playthrough, I missed this for like the entire game, and I was always like, why is it so hard to get back to like this area? Oh my gosh, it was so annoying when I realized that I completely just like missed this. Come on, man, we gotta go. The last thing. Greetings, little one. It's been an age since I've last heard the ringing of the station bell. It echoed down the stagways and called me to you. I've grown stiff and tired over these many years, and I've forgotten much, but the sound of the bell will always bring me back. These stagways stretch the depths of Hollow Nest. If you want to travel them, hail me from the platform. I will take you where you need to go. All right, let's go back up to Dirtmouth. Good old dirt. Good old dirt in my mouth. I really need to scream and shout. Man, you sound like you have COPD right there. Like you need a little like little break. It sounds like. It's like, ugh, it's been 30 years. No, it's been 30 years since I've last ran these trails. I've taken up smoking in the meantime, and oh boy, am I regretting it now. And the door has been opened. Hello. I never thought I'd see such a thing. The Stag Station has opened. That building lay silent since before even my time. Oh, I've heard the tales of the glorious lines, a web of tunnels running all through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them, mind you. I'm quite content where I am. Okay, I did not read that part. I was just like following in his steps, like, this would be something he'd say. I'm just quite content of staying where I'm at. Isolde. Bapanada. Come to buy a map, have you? It's really my husband you should be dealing with, but what a surprise. He's headed down below. He'll pop back up occasionally to deliver new maps for the store, but I do wish he'd spend a little more time up here. I've not much interest in retail myself. Now let's see what's here for me to sell. All right. Ooh. We definitely need the quill. I forgot how expensive everything is. I'll just buy the compass right now. I'll buy more stuff when I come back, Isolde, I promise. I think I can put the compass on. I think it was just one. I think it was just one. Yeah, and I had 2 notches, so. Now we can see where we are. Yay! Very happy about that. All right. Going back down to the stag beetle. I'm just sorry, I've just had like a smoke while you were gone. Don't worry about it. We'll be perfectly fine. I like how look gallopy his legs are. It's just like woo, woo. It's like if you've seen Weapons, the new movie that came out, or at least seen the trailers, or no, it reminds me of the Twilight werewolf running, where it's just like they're like full on galloping, and it's so goofy like that. I don't know why I never thought of that before. That's kind of funny now that I think about it. He's just like, yes, I've been smoking for 30 years, but I've also, in my free time, like to say I'm a werewolf, you know? It's quite the feat for me to do. It takes a lot of time out of me. Okay, hold on. But it's something I truly enjoy. When you're alone for 30 years, you look into DeviantArt a bit too much, you know? So stupid. It is dark in here. I cannot see in here. I shall come back later because I think I can get the lantern. And I took damage from a silly little bug that I should have not have taken damage from. What do we have over here? Is more darkness? No. We got money over here. Ooh, you were crafty. You read me with your little shield. Ooh. Please, I have no qualms with you or your children. Please, I just want my Geo. Well, this is quite a predicament now. You're spawn camping. Oh. Oh! Ah! I was like, you're spawn camping me with your children. That's not fair. They're being birthed in this world just to protect you from me from crossing over these spikes. That is poor motherhood right there. You're just like, we cannot let him get across these spikes. We must, we must stop him at all costs. This is our one chance, our one opportunity to stop this man. And it's just like, man, you're purposely spawning your children in to die. It seems a bit irresponsible, don't you think? I have no idea where I am. A little cute guy. Finding more guys. We love to find the little guys because they are so cute. I got off from my original topic earlier. It was gotta see what other stuff at Otakon. Gotta see some live drawings. Those were all cool. I love the live drawings. Live drawing this time wasn't like anything too crazy, if I'm being honest. The Spawn Children. Because they did like a drawing in advance. It was just kind of outlining it while answering questions. So it wasn't anything like too happening with it, unfortunately. A door with an open slot. But it was still a good time. They like this, it was the person, the woman who does all the like Miku MVs, the drawing for them. And she took like suggestions from people about what she should draw for this. And I already checked that. Where do we want to go? I broke my kneecaps. You already know. I don't think I can like go over here. Oh no, I can. What is this way? Why is there a little hole there? Alright, I am getting way off from my main goal that I was going for, which was the False Knight, but I'm just exploring. Why not? I know this is a boss. Bum, 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 bum. Ow. Oh, I did not realize I had taken so much damage. I'm stupid. Okay, well that was pretty easy. I forgot how like easy some of these some of these bosses were at the beginning. I know this one is just like a mini boss too. Oh no, the Predator or the Alien. Sorry, wrong movie franchise. Chest bursters, you all are. I mean, it's pretty much just a spider. Have you ever seen those videos of like when somebody kills a spider and it just like gushes out like a million baby spiders? Very, very interesting. All those are always so like, ugh, because there was like one time I saw a video of it and they, oh, no, you off. You wield your nail like a club. Answer me. How much deeper did we have to go? Oh. Opa. What? Who are you? I see. I think I'm doing the same voice for a couple of people. I see. This old village. What a strange dream to have led me down here. If you hadn't found me, I don't think I'd ever woken. I'm Sly. Usually I live in the uneventful light up in Dirt Town. The air in these ruins don't agree with me, so I best be getting back. If you return above, come and see me. I'm probably the friendliest face left there, and I can thank you properly for your good deed. You exploring then? Very brave. Plenty of courageous wanderers you have been lost to the hunger of these old caverns. You have your nail though, and I can tell just by looking at you, you know how to wield it. Yes, why thank you, Sly. But no, the live drawing was pretty cool. I very much enjoyed it. It was a nice, peaceful thing. And also hearing the questions of like, because the artists wanted to know like why people pick certain things. It was cool to hear why people like recommended certain things for different like outfits. So that was cool. I also have not healed up. I am gonna forget to heal up before a boss fight at one point here, and I'm going to severely regret it. Ah, okay, I'm down here. Did I come from this way? I don't think I did. This doesn't look familiar. What's over here? Oh, I can't get into it. Okay. Alright, so we only got one way forward at this moment before we go to Green Path, and that is the boss. Yes. You must go face the boss. Face him before us. I like all the little like sound effects because you know someone just like sat in front of the mic and like spitting to make it sound like that little sound. Have you ever? There was one panel I wanted to go to but didn't get a chance to, just because I love always learning about like how sounds are made in video games and movies. Like you know how like when you hear a bone crunch in a in a movie or a video game. There's a lot of time, often like celery just being broken. And I think that's really cool. Like all these little sounds, I think the most interesting one, I won't say the coolest, but in Destiny 2, there's a sword called the Lament. And the Lament, the way its sounds were made was by using like a breast pump to make the sounds. And it was just like pitched down and messed around with. So it was a little interesting. I'm here to buy more stuff. Hello. What should I even buy? Buy the bench. Actually, no. Sorry, my money goes to the little sly guy, actually.
Hello. I knew we'd meet again. How do you like my cozy little store? I've made myself pretty comfortable here, selling old trinkets to travelers like yourself. If you're planning a trip below, several items that may improve your chance of survival.
Ooh. Oh man, a sly. I forgot how like stingy you were. You expensive little guy. I'll take this little mask piece. One piece of the puzzle. But I'm trying to think of what other panels we went to. We went to that Dan one. I went to a live screening of This Monster Wants to Eat Me, which is actually pretty good. I was very surprised. I was kind of just drawn in by the look of like the monster, the mermaid of it. But it was cool because it was the first time that the show actually premiered in America, like anywhere, even in like across seas, America, whatever. So that was pretty cool. I think the coolest thing though was that they actually had like a what you call it? Did I update the map at all? I did. For the show, what they did to help like model the hand was they actually created like a little like a prosthetic like glove sleeve that you could slide over your hand, and it was showing like it was the monster's hand. So that was pretty cool by all standards. Oh, big guy. I've already fought one of your kind, good sir. I missed there. Okay, I should not have done that because that was 2 damage. You shall perish by my nail, good sir. This isn't even the boss, I'm just being stupid. Give me all that geo though. I need that geo to buy bookmarks. To buy the stamps, I need them for my map collection. I missed so many there. You ever see like how the accuracy stat in games? My accuracy was like 100, 66, 50, and 25. I'm like, no, it keeps going down. We're in the boss area pretty much. This area down here. I swear, like some weird thing that you can do with the gate. Might be up here though. Oh, big hit by the big man. Come on, come on, open up your mask. Let me beat ya. Let me beat ya. Okay, Alright, we're good now. Come on. You ain't nothing. I may have died like several times to you on my first ever playthrough, but now you're okay. I was gonna say you're nothing, but man, you kind of hurt me right there. I ain't gonna lie. You did a good job right there. Ooh. Aw, man, I've missed playing this. I think he's just done for now. No, he's not done for. Okay, that hurt. Sir, good sir, that hurt. I know I'm beating you mercilessly and okay. Okay, that was your own fault right there. Defeated the false knight. Very nice. Got ourselves a city crest. I wonder what that... Oh, look at all that geo. We're a rich man now. Probably not. It's probably only like 100 total. Ooh, more than 100? Okay, I'll take it. Oh? What are you? Where you go off to? What are you doing? Where'd you come from? I don't know what you are. Where did you come from? Little goofball, little silly Billy. That opens the door. Where? Oh, to Conifera. Sorry I missed you. If you are feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area, available now for an excellent price. Sorry, Conifer, I already bought it from you. I ain't getting the secondhand costs that are being accumulated by your wife and other. I am getting scalped for a map, is what I'm saying. The wall looked a little weird. Spooky shaman area. Look at all these masks. It's a little spooky. Ah, interesting. Oh, who is this creeping out of the darkness? My, you're looking grim. A strange, empty face and a wicked-looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down to Hollowness corpse. But I won't ask what. Perhaps the reason you found me is because you need my help. By the snail shaman. Say no more, friend. I'm just going to give you a gift, a nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. Oh. Ooh. I shall take a little gift. Oh, thank you, little snail shaman. Don't be afraid. Have faith. The spell belongs to you now. All you need to do is take it. Oh, you won't be going much further without it, I promise you. I'm trying to jump to take it. Oh, wow. I'm shucking all that spell it. Oh, I'm dead. Consume the vengeful spirit. Tap B to unleash the spirit. Spells will deplete soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. He's just dead. That's all. He's just dead. Nothing I can do. He's just dead on the ground. He ain't waking up. Game's over. Sorry, everybody. Man, what was in that spell? Oh. Oh. You've woken at last. I apologize. Perhaps I should have warned you about the power of that spell. I was watching over you as you slept, but you seem to have slipped away myself. Oh. Now we're awake. I was wondering whether you would do me a small favor. Not as repayment for my gift, of course, simply because we are now friends. You see, a horrid, great beast has made its home in the heart of this temple. Such disrespect! I would be quite grateful to you if you were to venture deeper in and slay it for me. It's hard. It's a hardy creature, but with your new power,
You're more than a match for it. Good luck with this small favor, my friend. Oh,
ma'am, you've drugged me against my consent, against my wishes. You are offering me a free spell. You're like one of those people who just like give stuff away on the street for free and then like, you're actually gonna pay me $50 now as a donation. It's only a donation. You can keep that if you like that bracelet if you want. That you can keep that spell. But I'm gonna follow you for the next like 10 blocks until you give me that donation for that bracelet. Hello, vengeful spirit. My good friend. Ancestral mound. Little roly-poly, I'ma kill you dead. Cause you're little roly-poly. Nothing going on in that head. Little roly-poly. You're just a silly little guy. I'ma get that Geo. Until the time is right. Alright. Where's our spooky little friend? Where's our spooky little endeavor? No hopping over you, I'm just taking you head on. He goes. Man, this place is held together by like dental floss. Look at all that in the background. It's like just like planks all over the place. Oh, I didn't see the roly poly. Well, that was his own fault. He just committed vehicular manslaughter on himself. Nothing more, nothing less. Bounce on it. Ooh. Oh, there's no way you hit me there. That was silly. That was goofy. Give me the Geo. You may be only worth 4 cents, but I shall take that 4 cents off of you. I shall rob you highway blind. See, there's more up here. We had to rob him highway blind. Come back here, little blue fellows. No! I'm back here. You shall not escape. Give me your soul. Oh, that wasn't enough to kill him. Okay. I was like, I'm full on soul. I can get this guy. Okay, it was 4. It was 4. It was 4, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, soul catcher.
Oh, so it's done then. You've slain the beast. The poor thing. It must have been terrified of you. It used to be quite docile, but the rancid air in these cathars filled it with some ancient rage. Still, you did what had to be done. You have my gratitude. Of course, we both know you wouldn't have made it through it without that spell of mine. Oh! And look, the gate between us has opened. Oh! I'm sure you're eager to move on. Farewell, and have faith. Whatever you are seeking, you will find it. Oh!
Now listen, ma'am. I don't appreciate you drugging me against my consent, but I shall take the spell and the power in the Geo. So good day.
Why do you hesitate? You'll get nothing more from me, I'm afraid. Though I do admire your persistence. Oh!
Alright. Let's take a look at our charms here. Soul Catcher. Increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with a nail. I might do that for now, just so I can spam soul. Because I'm not really getting low health. I'm kind of just like putting up a pretty good fight. I think the next way to go is like one of those side paths, because I think one of those lead to Greenway path, I think. Or Green Path, not Greenway. Take us to the Green Path, baby. Okay, so there's 2 entrances up here. I also got some more like I picked up some grub children along the way, so we might stop up at Pops to get the grub children's payout. Get the child protection service payout for the alimony money for rescuing the children. Oh wait, there's actually... Oh, okay. What do we got here? Oop! He died to the stalactite. I think I know what this is. I think you're technically supposed to come up here later game and beat the boss. Because I'm pretty sure there's a boss down there. So I'll just come back to it later when I'm supposed to do it. I could technically do it now, probably. Ooh, look at that tech. Look at that tech. I may have fallen. Look at that tech. Immediately falls to the bottom of the well. It's the best tech. The best tech all around. All right. No, stop it. I will not die. I will not die. One more. I shall not die. I'm a man of conviction, of faith, and I shall live. Live, I say. Oh, I'm getting comboed. The bugs, they coordinated in most perfect synchronization and timing to combat me. Two. Alrighty. Grubfather, I have come for the alimony payment. I have rescued 2 more of your children, I believe. It might have just been 1 child. No, it was 2 children. Aha. Thank you, thank you. I shall take the money and put it to good use. I expect more payments in the future for more children. Alright. Where you at? Green path. We're going this way. The Pilgrim's Way. Travelers of Hollowness descend through the verdant, wild, and fungal groves to the city at this kingdom's heart. There all wishes shall be granted, all truths shall be revealed. Now listen here, little brat. Give me one of your children so I can kill him. Okay, or so he can hurt me. And I can kill you. Oh! You actually protected against one of the spells. Too bad. I get the Geo now. Through the little green way we go, it's so present and green. I have nothing to heal with, that's unfortunate. Green path. Oh, I love the little bird. Look at the little birdies up there. I love the little birdies. No, birdies, come back. I want to play with you. I like the little birdies. The little birdies are cute. Don't have a map for this area. Son of a gun. Oh. You, man. You stank. You have that noxious in you. Gotta go back this way. Jump, jump, jump. I always love how like clean the animations are in this as well. They're just so cute and clean and friendly. Sir, a second bug has committed suicide. It just rolled off the edge. I couldn't stop it with my own 2 hands like I wanted to. Ooh. Ow, 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 you rat. I better heal up. It'd probably be pretty bad if I don't heal up here. Alright. Ah, no. Geo. Papanada. Geo. Ah, I love the music. It's so peaceful. Is there like music from video games that you guys really like, per se? Risk of Rain for me is one of them. I forget what the guy's name is though, that does it. I don't know, I need the map. I need to explore. Conifer, Saya, where are you, sir? Good map, man. But yeah, music that I like in video games. Well, this game is just obviously one of them. It's just a nice, peaceful music. But outside of this game, like Destiny 2, I love a lot of the music, like Deep Stone Crypt. Deep Stone Crypt is just such an amazing like soundtrack. Like I remember the first time doing that raid, like it was one of my first like day one raid experiences where we had tried like really hard to actually beat it, me and my raid group. And it was, we were stuck on 8 tracks for, oh, look, the Silk Song. Sorry. We were stuck on 8 tracks for like 6 hours. We finally beat the boss. And then after we beat it, we're just like, we're tired, but we're like, all right, we got to keep going. Hearing the music in the space portion with Deep Stone Crypt Lullaby. Or Deep Stone Lullaby, not Deep Stone Crypt Lullaby. The most beautiful and perfect thing you could ever possibly hear. And I will stand by that because it is just that good of music. Come here. I know there's like a skip you can do here, but I taking this little buggy guy. But I ain't gonna do it. I thought another like Venus flytrap was gonna come out to get me. Dang, that Geo skips far. What are some other ones that like really left an impact on me? Like, there's a lot of Destiny ones, but Deep Stone Lullaby is probably like the one that's made the most impact on me. It's just such a nice, peaceful song. Risk of Rain, also brilliant. Just like the sounds from that as you're like panicking, trying to survive, especially the original one. Original was good. I mean, they're both made by the same guy, but I played so many hours of the first Risk of Rain, or just like Risk of Rain, that like a lot of the music was just so ingrained in my mind. Okay, not what I wanted to do. Oh, I thought that was a thing for a second. I shall take you. It really feels like there should be something there. Oh, what are some other ones? Ugh. Ooh. I really gotta make sure I use spells more. One thing I learned in like my last playthrough, I did not use spells enough. I was just relying on my nail a lot. And I could have been a lot better and a lot like taking the game a lot better if I had done that. Oh, I see maps. Conifer. Conifer, good friend, good fellow. Is this a contrast from the crossroads? Such a humid and lively place. The roads twist and turn in the most wonderful of ways. I've done my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit, some of the area's inhabitants proved quite a nuisance. Yes, yes, purchase the map every single time. Ooh, dang. We are very far from getting anywhere. Wait, can I not make that jump? I can't make that jump. Why can't I make that jump? Interesting. Interesting. Son of a gun. I think this was just, yeah. I just opened up a shortcut is all.
die.
It was just like, I saw the opportunity. I was like, this man does not know the fate that awaits him. He shall die by the giant stone. Oh, wanted to do that. What do we got this way? This way's kind of uncharted, it seems like. Oh, this is the beast man, the beast hunter.
Tiny Squib, you approach fearless, so you hunter like me.
It's kind of like a okay voice.
Do you feel the urge inside to stalk, to kill, to understand? Then take it, my journal. It will aid you. At first, the text may seem difficult to discern, but the learned hunter will come to understand its words. I can't do this voice for very long. Venture deep into the depths of this land and slay its beasts. Prove yourself worthy to bear the mark of hunter.
Yeah, that was kind of like that. I need to do a better voice for him. I like doing that, like
the raspy little voice, but I have to do it like this. But I was trying to go a bit higher with it. Oh my god, I sound like I've been smoking for 40 years. I'm like the stag beetle now. Listen, little squib. You may overcome a few creatures, but you are only just beginning. Don't delay. Descend into the belly of this world and hunt down the life you find.
oh goodness. Goodness. That is a rough voice for me to do. That one rasps on the vocal cords a little bit. Up. Ooh, that was close. Hey! Cute little guy. I love him. No, all my money got evaporated by acid. Ooh, money here though. Where's all my money going? Why are you all bouncing around like that? Stop that. Get some... Get some help. Get some Geo. Geo will make your life. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I don't know where to find this thing. I'm also gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, water was obtained. Now we continue along the green path. Oh, wait, jeez. Crawl. I think I could do that. Crawl.
You are our hunter. Ah, fudge. Those who stray from the White King's road shall face the law of Und.
Little squelcher. Okay, man has 4K insight into the future. And all my money dropped down the hole. Great. Great. I knew it. It was too like conspicuous to do that. I knew it. I knew it was trying to trap me. I knew it was trying to kill me right there. All my enemies out to hate me. Chomp me up like a little Venus flytrap. But I'm better than them. I'm stronger than them. I don't know where this goes. Got ourselves a nice little bench. Little bench for a mensch. Oh my goodness, that is a big room. Oh, okay. Interesting. Do we take this big room? I mean, might as well see what we can do. Ah. I saw you there. Ooh. Crawl. That's a good voice for him. Crawl. You. Fate shall decide your strength. You are the Honda. The Hon Moon. Just volleyballing over here. What we got over here? Ow, 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 ow. Perish. Perish, 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 perish. Perish Hilton. Spas and resorts. Perish Hilton spas and resorts. You stupid Venus flytrap, trying to gobble me up again. Silly little guy. Ooh, there's a screamer. It is dark. I can't go in there. It is way too dark. Bum, 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 bum. Ow. Biscuits. All right, so we didn't really, well, kind of did. There's only one way through here. Can't get up there. Seems like I can travel across with this little guy, just bouncing off his back. I forget what this means down here. Oh, we are... We are getting out of our depths right here. Ow! That did 2 damage. That did 2 damage to me. I don't think I should be here yet. I really don't think I should be here yet. Oh, I heard Conifer though. Where the heck? Why? I just saw you like moments ago. Oh. Can't go that way. I think I just need to head back up. I mean, I could just see where this takes us, you know? Ooh, fudge! That hurt very bad. That hurt very bad as well. Oh dear. Oh. My bones, they're broken. Man, I'm acid. Nope. Okay, I'm almost dead. This ain't good. This is not good. This is not good. This is very, very, very not good. I don't want to die. I'm just gonna go back up, because that seems safest. I cannot see Mr. Conifer down here yet. So I shall go back to the green area as to no longer harm myself. Back up here we go. Gotta make our way back up the depths of the earth. Jump, jump, jump. Can't make it over there, jump. A little healing. Oh, I'm dumb. You shall pay for your crimes against me. I'm not gonna bother with you. You shall live. The one who shall live. Oh yeah, I already saw that. All right, back on our quest along this route. Gotta heal up a little bit. And back on our way. Don't need to go down there because we're already down there. Can't pick it up. You know? Nope, can't pick it up there. Ow. You little rat. Oh, wait, that acts as a shield? God. You could not escape me. I'm just too good. Too good. Just too good. Too goated with the sauce. With the knife, the nail in my hand. Oh. 1, 2. Bad luck stew. Ha! Hornet. I mean, I guess I shouldn't know that you're Hornet yet, but you know. It's Hornet. It's the Silk Song. What do we got up here? Anything in particular? Anything of interest? I see thorns, which I'm not liking the looks of, but okay, can't hit those. Good to know. No. Okay. Yep, I can't do anything here yet. That is good to know. Just gonna continue on our route and explore who knows. Okay. Took more damage than I would have liked right there. Is fine. Is all Bapanada. Papa de Gio. Oh, come on. That one was uncalled for. I guess that one didn't have to die, but I was like, yeah, 2 Geo, why not? Now this one does have to die committed vehicular grass fraud or whatever. I don't even know at this point. More Geo. Talking about like games that you guys are excited for this year. What else is coming out this year that you guys are pretty excited for? Is there anything in particular that is like interest of you? So like any games of fancy? I think there's like a few. One I'm kind of looking forward to is Mina the Explorer. What the? It's like an old school like 2D Link like kind of game, but it's like kind of in depth. It's made by the people who made Shovel Knight, and that really interests me. I've never actually played Shovel Knight. It's been on my list. Ugh! Shame! I'm in the middle of a story. I've never actually played Shovel Knight, but I've always wanted to. There's like so many games I want to play. I just have way too many games in my backlog, and a bad thing about me is now that I've like started streaming, just like even like years ago when I started streaming, I'm like, ooh, I could play this on stream. Ooh, this would be pretty fun on stream. And then I don't really play much games except like repetitive ones outside of streaming, because I'm always like, ooh, this would be cool as a stream. This would be cool to play as. But then it's just, I sit around, I don't play it. And then we talk about bugs because we're playing a bug game. All about the bugs, bug life. Do you think, do you guys remember A Bug's Life? I think, was that like, I forget. There was, no, okay, so there was Ants and then there was Bug's Life. Bug's Life was about like rising up against the grasshoppers. I forget what Ants was. Ants was like an offshoot, like branded. I think it was DreamWorks, but man, it was like way different from way different. I just remember how uncanny the ants look compared to Bug's Life. It was like the I better heal. It was like the ants were mogging. That's how like discernible their face was, and it like weird they were compared. Like Bug's Life, it's like a cute rounded shape by Pixar, and it's like, very cool, very cute. And meanwhile, Ants is like, yes, I'm mogging out. This is my mogging area. Oh, you stupid! I hate the Venus flytrap. You can perish, and it shall. Ooh, I almost have 1,000 geo. I'm rich in this in this hollowness. Ain't no bugs got anything on me that I don't already have. Okay, I am falling. Ugh. No point climbing there. I kind of just want to see what's down below. Toll machine. Yes, we'll pay. We need access to our lovely bench. Got a nice little area over there I'll have to go back to. I see thorns in the map, and I'm falling. Okay, I am just making terrible falling mistakes. You ever feel like you're so good at a game, but you make the dumbest mistakes like all the time? Like, I'm feeling like that right now. Like, yeah, I feel like pretty confident with my capabilities and skills within this game, but then I just fall like a million miles because I'm like, oh, I missed the tiny jump. Silly me. Silly, goofy me. I should have known better. I do think I need to go up. Just very thorny around. Interesting. The walls makes flesh sounds.
From moss and leaf our own life is drawn, while it grows upon the path we shall never will.
Interesting. We continue along anyway. Oh, I feel like this is a challenge area that I can't really do because I don't have a thing, so I shall come back later. I mean, honestly, the vast amount of thorns should have been the giveaway for that. Oh no, a lever's up there. I saw you that time. Looks like I can't go this way. That is shut off to the world outside. So back up the place that I fell like a million miles. Awesome. We love falling. And up we go, jumping side to side, who knows? Oh, dang, that is a big area over there. No, I can make that jump. Please, 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 sir. I am just a simple man. I wish to make a simple jump. And avoid the stinky dead bug gas. Oh, you little rat. All right, we're almost to the top. Ugh. All right. That scared me for a second. Ooh, we found the blue boys. Interesting. Blue bug. The greater mind once dreamed of a leaf and cast these caverns so. In every bush and every vine, the mind of Un reveals itself to us. Mind of Un. I wonder who Un is. Un art thou? Ah. Okay. Oh, okay. The spells were pretty powerful against that guy. See, that's what I mean. I really just need to use spells in a lot of things, because I think it's like one of these spells just does like 3 damage or like 3 nail hits. So it's like, why not? Other than I need to heal and not die, you know? I mean, not dying is a very good thing, you know? Oh, it changed areas. Oh man, that like transition there, the little like whoosh. Dumbo. Learn to jump, Dumbo. But this little like change from like the like hue from being that like dark purple into this bright vibrant green, so pretty. Oh, you. He did that voluntarily. I did not push him off. He just wanted to do the flop. Everybody wants to do the flop. That was stupid of me. Some more money. I gotta find like a stag station to get back. I got a lot of GU to spend. They call me Money Gag. Moneybags, Hollow Moneybags Knight. It's patent pending. It doesn't sound that great, but you know, it's what I call myself. Oh, I can't make that. It's the ceiling too high. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. We're vibing. Roar. Roar. Yeah, I already went up there. We can just keep going this way and see what there is. Ah! Come on. Come at me, you whirly bird. I missed. I am taking severe mental and physical damage. Mostly physical, though. Healing up because it's not smart enough to come down and chase me. Stupid bug. I am so bad. How does that miss? Ah! I have no healing. I must go down below to heal. Because I'm petty. Oh my. Stupid, 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 stupid. Come on, charge me. Jeez Louise, that was stupid of me. Sir? Ah, you're awake.
Just what do you think you're doing? You dare come between me and my prey? Is it a habit of yours to scurry, getting in the way and causing bother? Know this, cur. I, Zot the Mighty, a knight of great renown, cross me again, and you'll find out why they call my weapon Life Ender. What are you still bothering me for? I am a knight. I am not interested in your childish games. I need my rest. Begone, lest I draw my nail.
So, our goat. I was hoping he'd say some more stuff. So, our goat. He does not choke. He simply gets caught by giant mosquitoes. Alright. Fudge, 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 fudge. I need to go down here and heal. Rest. Jeez, I really need to heal up. I have not found a lot of charms. I can hear a little guy. The green children walked from the dream unto these lands. Here now we shall wait patient for the call to return. I can hear him going meow meow meow. It's down this way. Oh, probably should have used that to heal. We love our little boys and girls. They're all equally cute. Ah, shortcut. Alrighty. Perfect. I need something to heal with. I need little guys that aren't gonna do damage. Stag Beetle Station. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Hello, Mr. Stag Beetle Station. I can fully heal it now. Jeez, prices went up. Mr. Stag's like, dang, somebody's opened up these lines again. I can make some good money off of him. Can I?
My, this place has changed since I saw it last. The greenery grows so wild, the station's like it's been consumed by it. Eager to travel the stagways? Just
okay. I thought he was gonna say more. But let's go back to Dirtmouth. Go buy some more stuff, cause we're rich. We're rich. We're buying a lot. Even though Sly will take all of our money. Alright.
You there, why are you sulking about in the shadows? Yes, you, dear eye, your eyes do not deceive you. I, Zolt the Mighty, a knight of great renown, tremble before me. While you were hiding here in your dingy little village, I ventured into the dark pit below us and slew a great beast. It had sharp mandibles and atrocious manners. Yes, all the glory to me, but I don't have time for your adulation. I must rest and prepare for my next journey down.
Okay, Zolt. Zolt, our goat. Lying about his lies are big as a moat. We get the bench pin. Put a cocoon pin. We'll get the vendor pin. Get the stagway pin. We're just buying all the pins. The hot spring pin. Get the scarab marker. And the shell marker.
Bapanada.
Papanada. Alright. I did just buy a lot right there. Ooh boy. We've made some good old distance. Oh, what a turn. Our shopkeep's come home. Just wandered back in. I hoped for grand tales of his time below, but he seems to remember almost nothing. Maybe it was all too much for him? If you're interested in his wares, watch out, he drives a hard bargain, that one. No competition, that's the problem. It's bad for the market. Not that he's complaining. Alright, capitalist Elderbug. Did you visit that temple? A strange building, I've heard, though I've never dared the journey myself. The braver among us once went there to pray. Said they felt at peace within the walls. After a while, they stopped going. I wonder what changed. A young couple's recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which may excite adventurous types like yourself. She's a tall bug, the wife.
I told them to take a larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they liked the look of that one. The way she had to bend just to get through the door, I wouldn't put up with it myself. Hallownest, it was once called, supposedly the greatest kingdom there ever was, full of treasure and secrets. Now it's nothing more than a poisonous tomb full of monsters and madness. Everything fades eventually, I suppose. Anything else you gotta say? I used to think the kingdom below was all dead cold rock, but I've since been told different. Travelers speak of startling variety in Hallownest caverns. Even just besides those crossroads, there are meant to be an area filled with leafy greenery. I told those same travelers about the wonderful grasses that grow around the town. They didn't seem impressed.
Alright, that's all he has to say. Alright, can I buy anything? No, I spent all my wares. I spent all my monies. Oh, but I can get some charms, though. I can get the Gathering Swarm. I'll buy this. And then we'll go back on our travels, our adventures. Up. Back to Green Path. Let's see where that takes us. I think we're still trying to get to Hornet. I think she's all the way up in like that top left. I know there's like stuff down below here too, so I'm like, do we go down and have to make our way all the way back up? Just to take a look of what's down below. I mean, why not? Actually, I think this opens up a gate, so I mean, I think it's worth it. Okay, there's no way that you hit me on the backswing. Backswing is more, it'd probably be like more like back jaw, right? Because it's like closing its leafy jaw. Yeah, yeah. I feel like it fits. Leafy jaw. I think I need to go back up because I saw Geo cache right there. I want all the Geo. The Geo shall be mine. Ooh, I was gonna immediately like drop down, but then I was like, I'm gonna die if I do that. Okay. Any Venus flytrap shall not be left to its devices. Alright, and shortcut unlocked. Oh, I hate the Venus flytrap. I hate you so much. Die. Commit, die. Alright, now that we did that, let's make our way back up. Go to that top left area. Pop, 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 straight to the top. Wipe away your inhibitions, buggy dreams. It may seem that you're going crazy now. I mean, I think I'm kind of going crazy. You mosquito, stupid mosquito, stupid little bug, stupid little bug. All the bug are little stupid. I'm the best bug in the world. All right, I think it's time to venture this way for our fate, our destiny, some might say. Hello, little. Closer, no, come no closer, ghost.
I've seen you creeping through the undergrowth, stalking me. This old kingdom, a terrible thing awakens. I can smell it in the air. You know what you are. I know what you try to do. I can't allow it.
Garama! Sha! Heal! Ooh! Use. Okay, heal. Oh, you rat. Oh, you. What are you? I don't like. No, please, I was just healing. Heal, why you can't? It got. Oh, you little rat. No, I just jumped on her. Oh, the first death. I can't believe we. No, why am I here? I need to go back. Son of a gun. Stag, please rescue me. Please save me. I need to go back. I need to get my coin. I need to get my geo. And I shall rest at the bench. That way I respawn there instead of the dumb Dirtmouth. There. All right. Back to reclaim my soul. At least I think it's my soul. Thank you. All right. Round 2. Got him. Okay. I keep missing. Heal for that one. Okay, nope, we're gonna heal. Come on. Okay, why couldn't I do that the first time? Okay, the fight's not over. I thought the fight was over. Sean! Have you guys ever played what is it? Let It Rain? Okay. You're still not dead? Heal. Oh, Dumbo. There we go. Okay. Hello, Hornet and Green Path. And away she goes. Take in the Mothwing Cloak. Press RT to dash forward. Use the cloak to dash quickly along the ground or through the air. Yes, we have our dash, baby. Can the door open, please? Oh, thank you. Ah, what the?
Would it seek to break the seals? They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let us sleep, little shadow. Let us return your darkness. Allow us your peace.
Ooh, spooky little fellows. Dang. They forced me to kneel. That will be the one and only time they forced me to kneel. Oh, yes, the dash, baby, the dash. Ooh. I forget where to go from here. But I think we can go get that one grub now, though. I also gotta heal up. Lake of Un. Hello, friend. Oh no, I want to be friend. No, I didn't want to go inside. Oh, Coral. Hey, Coral.
Oh, hello there. Seems we are both tread far from the path. I can hardly believe these dusty old highways lead to such a lush and lively place. This building suggests some form of worship, though its idol has clearly been long forgotten. Doubles equally for a moment's respite. I saw a strange fellow out there. He seemed quite taken by the lake. I planned to offer greetings, though I'd find it first to tend to my nail, on chance our meeting goes poorly. Your nail looks like a fine instrument, but it's showing signs of wear. I'd wager up that you'd take it. I'd wager up there it would take you far. Down here, though, however, I suspect you'll meet some dangers the surface world can't match. Hellenus is perfect for vigilant explorers like us, so tense and thrilling. In this place, you're either alert or you're dead. Anything else? No, that was the last one. Alright, let's eat this fine fellow out here. No, my money went off the side. Shame. Shame, shame, shame. Alright, where can we go next? I think we can go to the top right area there. I'd say that's like our next, like, kind of good place we can go. Ah, the dash is so nice. Yeah, so I think we go up. Ugh! Fudge, 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 fudge. I can only get one heal off. Have I not come over here yet? I did that the wrong way. Oh, you and your double hits. Silly, silly little Billy. Oh, there's another one of you here? Oh, got a lot of Geo from these guys this time. How did I miss this before? I must have just, like, kind of walked over it. Huh. Yeah, so I think I can now...
go that one direction. I think we'll be good. Oh, I was thinking about this earlier. So you know those like, this whole game is like about bugs, right? Do you ever like think about like how bugs communicate with each other? Do you think ever a bug's ever is like interested by like a particular meal that's like, man, this is some scrumptious stuff. I was thinking about this earlier because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play this tonight, but then I was like, you know, bugs, they're interesting. And I'm just like, what dirt? Like, do you think they find like one piece of dirt and they're like, oh, this is the best dirt I've had in my entire life? Like the ant queen would be so appreciative of me showing her this luscious and delicious dirt. Like, this is dirt that only comes around once every century. Or do you think they're just like mindless going around? Because I feel like they have to have like some semblance of like, ooh, you know, this is some good dirt. Like, they know, like, even though they're traps, like, they're no like, oh, this is some good food that we can bring back for the group. Ooh. Oh, wait, nothing. Oh, hello. Ah, you stupid bug. Yeah, that's one dead. Because I know with the traps, like, they obviously go to the traps because they, like, entice them for some reason, you know? So they have to have, like, some instinct of, like, ooh, this is some good food. Like, I gotta take all the homies to this place. Like, this place is banging. Like, it's just that good, you know? So they have to have some semblance of that. But now it's just like, ooh, this dirt. This is the good dirt. Like, I've had good dirt before, but this dirt is the best dirt. Alright. I don't know. Weird shower thoughts, you know? You never really think of these things, but they obviously have, like, some instinct. Like, dang, good dirt. Can you imagine just, like, that on a shirt? Good dirt. I mean, I think on my one thing, it's just rock dirt. I don't know where to go from here. Can't go that way. Maybe we just... Is this way to the stag station? We'll go to the stag station and see if Elder Bug has any insight for us. Ah! Bad bug. Because I know there's like, we could get one like caterpillar in one location. That's all I can think of right now. I think I was stuck here for a long time too. So I just didn't know where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do. Alright, let's go back to Dirtmouth and see what we can buy. I don't think we can buy too much, but... I'm just trying to think of where we could go next. Maybe... My understanding of hollowness can be a little vague, but below those leafy caverns is a fungal grove. Once home to peaceful creatures, not quite bug, but not quite plant. Sounds almost worth a visit, no? Well, there's a downside. The dreadful stench and noxious odor fills the place. I guess we go there then. Alright, buy another mask shard? Sure, why not? Just keep buying. Gotta keep spending with big money bags. All right, so we go south, we go down, we go deeper. To green path. Man, I honestly have missed this game. This is such a good game. So simple, but so fun. All right, so to Fog Canyon is where we want to go. I don't think we can do the thing like right there. I need to, ow. I need to mark a couple things. Ow. I don't think... Yeah, no, we can't go that. There's something over here I couldn't get before. Trying to remember. It's already so much to kind of keep track of that I'm like... Okay, I'm sorry. I just meant to kill you. I didn't mean to turn you into acid. I didn't mean to do that to you either. I'm so sorry. Alright. Almost to the Fog Canyon area. Ah, you little rat. Got away, you little scallywag. You didn't go into the acid that time. I got your money that time. You know, think about it. Do all these, like, bugs have wallets? They're just like casually just like robbing these people blind. They're like, I've saved up so much for such a long time to be able to afford that one like aphid to be able to eat dinner to afford dinner for my children. And now I get robbed on the way to the store, and that's why I can't go back home with the milk. Because some little bug robbed me for my 7 geo. Meanwhile, he has 141 geo. You prick. Of course. I feel like they put that there just to be like, you know, we know someone's gonna dash into this. And it's gonna be funny when they do it. Ooh. This is a big... Okay. What are you? What are you? Okay, well, not what I thought was gonna happen. Ooh, big mossy man. Oh, you did it again. As soon... When I think you're just gonna run at me in a straight line, you don't. Oh, thank you for... Now, this guy was on his way to the bank to invest some money, and I'm like, nah, I'm robbing you. This is a hold-up. This is a stick-up, bub. Okay, I thought that was something there. This man was going to deposit his life savings for the 3 children that was just in his outfit right there. Actually, honestly, what that was just 3 bugs in a trench coat. All right. Where are we at? I don't care. I couldn't kill your friends in the other room, so I'm doing it here. Ooh. Look at all that geo. So beautiful. I could go back for soul computer. Ow. Oh, shoot. Oh, fudge. Okay, hold on. I am dangerously hurt. Are there any kind bugs who would be willing to die for my life? Thank you. It is very much appreciated. I think I've... Yeah, I came from this way. I think. Yeah, I did. Did I go up there? I don't think I did. Getting constantly distracted by different places to go, different things to do. Yeah, I don't think I came up here. Oh, soul thing. I mean, I'll take the soul so I can heal up, so I can bird up. I guess I did. Man, I was kind of dumb, kind of stupid. Okay, that there was real dumb. No, my money goes into the pit. I do not know where I am going. I shall go anyways. I think originally I played this on mouse and keyboard. It's so much easier on controller. Oh, I hear little boy. Oh, big Geo. Big boy Geo right there. Pogo, hoppin'. Love him. Can I? No, I can't get over there yet. Darn. I don't got the means. All right, so I can't go further that way. And I don't think there's not another way, so I just have to go back up all this. No. Over to the Fog Canyon. To the foggy area where I might die. But it's okay. I won't cry. I might cry because I stepped in acid, though. That hurt. Almost did it again. Whee. All right. The scary area again. Ugh! Okay. Just don't hit the big scary ones. You know? Okay. Just don't touch the big scary ones, you know? I am very afraid. I thought that was a platform down there. I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so far from home. Ah. I'm so far from where I was. This is gonna be a trek back. I should probably stop at that bench. Just so I can rest there. It might be a little easier, quicker way back. Where you at? I ain't dealing with you. I need to go back, get my soul. Oh, come on. Don't be dumb, don't be stupid. Just keep going, just keep moving. Please, please, stop it. Stop it, Forrest. Stop going into the acid. I swear if you hit... Alright. Right along a route. Just gotta go to the right. Take a seat at the bench with Chris Hansen. Mr. Hollow Knight, we hear you're talking to Miss Hornet Silk Song. Care to comment on the situation? Doesn't say anything. Tries to leave. The bug police come after him immediately. It's dumb. This is so stupid. This is dumb. This is dumb. Ow. Apparently acid is just my home. I try to be quick. I try to be quick and fly. All right. Stop being stupid. Literally got 2 health. I'm not gonna lie, I should be dead. Ooh, that came out of nowhere. I hate this area. I hate this area. Oh, one sec. There we go. Oh, it went into the acid. Cool, cool. Mr. Conifer. Oh dear heavens. I'm alive somehow. Okay, there's a stag station. There's a stag station. I'm just rushing to the stag station. Ooh. What are you? What is this area? Oh, this.
Hello there, dearie. I was about to close up shop and run until you came along. I provide banking services if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely if you carry it on you about yourself. My vault is more secure. In all my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. Millabelle the banker. Maybe you can consider opening an account?
I don't have enough geo. I'm sorry.
Oh, hang on. You don't have enough geo to buy an account. Sadly, once you've collected 100 geo, come straight back and we'll get your account.
All right, sounds good, Millabelle. There's no way you're gonna rob me blind or anything like that. No, bugs are trusted. You know, I don't think I found this area till a long time. Oh, cool. Queen Station. Okay. Is this something? Isn't this something? I'd not expect to discover such a huge stag station after that foggy descent. The bugs of Hallownest must have been an impressive lot building such grand structures so far into these wilds. Seems the dangerous creatures about haven't yet made their way here. It's a perfect place for a quick rest. Can you imagine this place in its time? Hordes of bugs traveling about the kingdom, stag bells ringing, the station bustling with activity and life. Now only our like even knows it exists. That's a special thing, I suppose, to cherish these sites even in their decay. Isn't that just faintly? You can still hear the echo of the bells. Where my stag? I need to be safe. Oh. Hello there. Willow. Oh, come in search of treats, have you? I chance upon a unique little fungus growing right above us. I've only found it in the station, and the taste is just divine. This place must have been quite the hub, built on the border between two lands, the misty drop to one side and those bulbous growths on another. Neither place seems particularly welcoming, so while my treats may last, I think I might stay here. Feel free to stop by any time, though I do like the quiet in the station. A little company is always good for one's health. Hello, Willow. Do enjoy your feast. Alright. Please. Wait, do I not have enough geo? I need 120. Oh, nah. Alright, I gotta find geo. I gotta go kill stuff. But I have a checkpoint at least, so. Ooh, a mask shard right there. Quill is gone. I kind of want to go back and explore that one area a little bit. That was the bank. Okay, there's no way that hit me. All right. Oh, I actually can't go. This is a new one. I like this area. It's very, like, bubbly. Ooh. Ooh, I set off a chain reaction. Oh no. And I immediately do that. All right. Oh, I forgot my things were here. No. Oh, 675. Nice. Oh, what's up there? Ooh, Hallowness Seal. Okay, interesting. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, I'm very lucky. I wasn't sure if I was gonna land on something right there or not. Dang, you're tough. You done learned how to grow wings and fly, I see. I can't get past there either. And I can't go there. So, I'm kind of out of luck. Gotta go back the other way. Dang, just a never-ending puzzle of trying to figure out where to go. Such is the way of life, is it not? Just stumbling your way through, fighting jellyfish, trying to figure out what's the best way to go about this day. You know, the jellyfish thing isn't what everybody encounters, but I know I encounter a jellyfish every now and then. I got stung by one at one point, not on this past vacation, thankfully, but you know, still encounter jellyfish every now and then, and it's not that great of a time, I will say. But it is still worthwhile. To what? Worthwhile to get stung? What am I saying? I'm just gonna stop. What, worthwhile to get stung by jellyfish? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely worthwhile to get stung by a jellyfish and spend like several hours wasting your family's vacation time getting treated with Benadryl, overdosed in it, and just being all loopy, ruining your sister's birthday.
You've opened several stag stations now, haven't you? I'm thankful for the opportunity to once more travel through the kingdom. As I visit more places, I feel my memories returning to me, like the stagways of my mind are running once more. Continue to open stations and you'll have my deepest gratitude.
All right, off to Dirtmouth. All right. How are we progressing so far? I feel pretty good, you know? I haven't got a lot of charms, but I think I can get another thing from... You got anything? Ooh, more token markers. I don't quite want to buy those, though.
That daft old fellow over there, he keeps talking absolute drivel, seems to think that the air is very deadly down within these caverns. Perhaps he should consider not breathing. I can help him with that. He keeps talking about dreams too. Pah! Dreams are for those too feeble to live to truly live.
Okay, so... Alright. I don't think I can buy another... So I could buy a Stalwart Shell. But I think I'll just buy a Vessel Friend. Ah, look at that.
Hot from your Geo, please.
Oh, who are you?
Santa, a pale thing.
I'm Squidward.
You'll wear that nail with ease. If you search of combat, you'll find no great warriors in this decaying town, for I, Tizzo, should know. I've heard an arena exists somewhere below, one built for our likes. Meet me there and we shall test what skills you possess. I'm headed down soon, Squilliam. Come find me if you dare. I'm sorry, it just sounded like him. It sounded like it'd be Squidward. How honest, what challengers await in this ruin?
Alright, back to the stag station. We're gonna find some more good stuff. Woo! Jumping around. I'm Mesodo.
That sounded like, I'm sore, dude. Please, these legs hurt.
Alright. Let's just continue forth. Find a victory. An adventure.
I'm gonna mark on the map. And I don't have a map. And she didn't offer a map for this area, so I'm a bit out of luck. Oh, little fungal waste. Ow. Ow, fungal waste hurt.
Raw. Yes, another one has been sent to my graveyard.
Oh, Conifer's here. Somewhere. I will take a conifer map every single day of the week. Oh, you found a nice little hole to map out here. Ah, my short friend, you've caught me at the perfect time. I'm about to be finished charting these noxious caverns. Very territorial types make their homes within this area. I suggest avoiding them where possible. Further below, there are some strange thing creatures that gave me quite a scare. They seemed an intelligent bunch. In my youth, I'd braved these caves, but I fear my matured physique would not be able to outrun them when they were to turn violent. No, I need. You don't have enough geo. Ah, I understand. I'd give you the map as a gift, but I don't think my wife would be very happy if I did. All our food is made of geo, as they say. No, I need geo. Please give me 8 geo. That was only 2, good sir. Conifer, I've acquired enough change. Please don't leave. I must buy your map. You're my one true friend. Oh my gosh, there's so much to fungal wastes. Alright, let's see what we can find up here, if we can even go anywhere. I don't like the sound it makes when it starts up. It was like, oh, we're gonna SpongeBob. It just sounds bad. It just sounds bad. Listen to it. It's like, oh, I'm about to blow this orange stuff all over you. Oh, what the? Explosion hurt, explosion hurt, explosion hurt. Okay, like, why? Why? You know, why? What do we got up here? More explosion, more explosion. Why do you take so many hits? I mean, if you want to kill yourself, I mean, go for it. I'm not stopping you, but these simple fungus, they aren't very fun guys like their name implies. I know, are they? Okay, definitely not fun guys. This guy is just like, I'm sorry, my 9 to 5 has been wearing me down. I have IBS now. I just couldn't hold it in anymore. So we could either go down or we can go up to the Such is the inquisitive nature of wanting to go everywhere at every single moment. Maybe we could try just going down. Hey, where'd you go? A little fun guy. Okay, ow. Did not appreciate that. I can't go up this. Don't quite have the tools. Can't go that way, so this was kind of a waste coming down here. Fortunate. I think we just go across. Yeah, we just go across. See what we can find this way. Except more bombs. We find more bombs. That's what we find. More bombs. We love bombs. Why bombs? Bomb, bomb, bomb. I really should put on like the money gathering thing. Dang it, another door. So many doors. Okay. Ouch. What is the... Okay. Since I can't go anywhere near there, I guess we'll just keep going up. We're being locked out. They're keeping us out. The enemy doesn't want us near them. But we must dig deeper. We must find the challengers. Wow! 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 Ow! That hurt. Why do you hurt me? Wow! Why do all the fungal people sound like Squidward? Oh, you rat. You rat! You rat roly-polies. It's like, it kind of sounds like Wario a little bit, just being like, wow. Alright, we found one door shortcut. That's cool. Honestly, I want to go back down and see what that thing on the right is. Oh, I feel bad for the little mushrooms, but... What was the point of this area? What? What? Just little mushrooms. That's all there is to this area. What? I guess up is the way to go. Weird, but okay. I was thinking there might be more here. I guess not. Please. Up. Ooh, look at that big boy. He big chungus guy. Ow. Yeah, that's one dead. Okay, that was pretty easy. Ooh, a charm notch. Oh, I can put on the magnetism, money magnetism thing now. If I want to use that. There's like a, I'm gonna go this way, just to see if there's like a, no, it does not look like a bench. All right, we're gonna go up, see if we can unlock something up this way, because it looks like this is like a connecting area. I like connecting areas. Makes travel easier. I can't go through there. What do we got over here? Oh, a little guy. Look at this little guy. He a cute little guy. Hello.
Do not try to sneak past me. I can see you.
Okay, all I can think of with that line is the Nanners video where I think it was Gassy Mexican does the Morgan Freeman voice where it goes, I can smell you. I'm crawling, creeping all around. You can't see me.
You collect a lot of geo. Give me geo, and you can see something nice.
I like how his name is Leg Eater. Sure, we'll pay some geo to see something nice.
Let me show you that. Let's take a look. Do you want them? If you really, really want them, I'll trade them for more geo.
Oh, I do not have enough. This is a precious thing, a beautiful charm. I made it for you. If you hold it, you'll feel a lot healthier. If you're afraid of dying, you need this charm. Very, very special and valuable. Do you want to find more geo? Hold this charm and go hunting. Then bring back any geo you find to me. You're weak, aren't you? If you should give me geo. If you do, I'll give this charm I made. It will make you stronger. Your enemies, everyone else will fear you at last. Well, I don't have enough geo, buddy. So I'll come back when I do have more geo. Okay? Sound like a plan? I think that sounds like a plan. Did I never update what? I never updated my stream title. For 2 hours I've been going. Why have none of you told me this? I'm in the ZZZ category playing Hollow Knight. That's just silly. That's just ridiculous. Wouldn't you agree? That's just straight goofball behavior. And that was stupid. Straight goofball behavior. I could have had people interested in Hollow Knight, but I was playing in the ZZZ category. How shitty of me. How goofy. He's fine. I didn't hear him die. Can you imagine, like, in a horror movie, that's the line someone says, it's fine. He didn't die. Meanwhile, he's just still plummeting, like, down a 1,000-meter hole. He's just like, I didn't hear him die, so he must be fine. Just the endless pit. Like, yeah, no screams. No thud. He's still alive. He's good. He's just in the bottomless pit of all eternity. Oh, interesting. Where doth I be? Wait, where? Was I in this area at all? I better mark my map with this. Marker. Alright, well, we can come back to this place. How did I not see this place before? Is it just because I couldn't reach it? Oh, yeah, that's why. I remember this now. Yeah, I couldn't reach this area. Well, that's, I thought I had to unlock something. Did not have to unlock something, so now we just fall. as far as we possibly can. He's fine. See? He's fine. Okay. he is no longer fine. He has fallen into the acid. Oh, goodness. That's some acid. I had this conversation before. I do not appreciate falling into you. I know you appreciate me falling. Wait, did I? No, further down. Oh no, I couldn't get to it because of the acid. Right. Bump. Got to go all the way down. There we go. Back on our travels, on our way. Wow. Wow. I love all the little like noises these guys make. Okay, except when they hit me. I do not appreciate the sounds they make when they hit me. Oh. It reset me to the very beginning. I mean, I was just here, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's still kind of funny. Wop. That's locked. That's acid. Okay, yep, no. I was thinking, you know, it was like the other things. I hadn't tried it, so I was like, yeah, let's try to experiment, see if this actually works. But, you know, we can just have them kill themselves. That works too. Man, they hurt pretty bad. But I'm just better. I'm more skilled. I'm able to just like hop around and leave their bombs to themselves. We remember the elder. Interesting. It's marker. Put something right here. I'm gonna have to get more markers. I need to just buy markers too, because I'll probably go through like, you rat, you little fungal non-fun guy. Just a rat, that's all you are. What is that sound? Oh, hello. Aha! The tiny steps of a tiny creature. You've got the look of an adventurer, so we're much in common. Searching for dangerous places, I? Well, you're on the right track. A long-necked critter warned me of a tribe deeper down. Warrior of sorts, so she says, and I'm itching for some serious combat. Anything else? Keep sharp, my adventurous friend. Stay alive, and let's meet again on the road ahead. All right. Nice to meet you, Cloth. All right. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's like right at the precipice. There we go. Nothing can stop me from getting all my lovely Geo. I love my Geo. Geo is love. Geo is life. Jeez, acid everywhere, man. Okay, I see how it is. Look at that bounce tech right there. Oh, I'm bouncing. Oh, a little shortcut. Nice. Got some more soul back so I can heal. Oh, hello, Hornet. Well, you're going that way. I'm gonna check out this area if that's not a problem with you. You know, I mean, I already defeated you in battle once. I know you're scared of me. Silly little Hornet. Was this place locked before? Why couldn't I go this way? Or just was I never this way? Why was the map lit up then? Okay, please. I like the little click sound they're all making. Ah, little guy! Go back to your father. I need to pay him a visit at some point. I need to collect that alimony. Your father has left you bewildered and confused. Please don't let me die. Shoot. Ah, yes, it was blocked off before. That would be the reason I could not traverse this way. But now, a shortcut has been acquired. Very nice, very nice. We do love our shortcuts. And, just go back this way. Following the Hornet. Wait, this wasn't the way the Hornet went. Oh. Oh. Hold up. Maybe I should go back where I found Hornet. Up here. And then Hornet went this way. So we can take a look this way, see what's this way. Here ends the pilgrim's way. Hallownest's heart lays open before you. Proceed onward to share in its glory. I don't think I can. So, she went away that we cannot go yet. Unfortunate, but expected at this point. Let me actually mark that. The red marker. Saying that was stopped. We cannot traverse forward because we do not have the resources. Stupid bomb, stupid bomb, stupid bomb, stupid dum bum 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 bum. Alright, back to the mantis looking place. Okay, only 3 hits for those. Not bad, not bad. Okay, you are a bigger issue. One, two, 3. That looks like it's just another path. Flyers aren't so bad. Ooh, what is this?
Wanderers seeking death, welcome. May you find a swift end upon our claws.
Ooh, a warning sign. They're kind of serious. I wonder if there's like any like weird warning signs that people have, like, you know, like attack llama approaching, be wary. Because, you know, you wouldn't expect an attack llama, right? Maybe an attack alpaca. An attack alpaca is pretty scary if you think about it. They could kill you with a single spit if they're like trained well enough. Like can you imagine? Like, I didn't like the CIA like raise animals at one point to be like, we can use these in war. Can you imagine them like just training a llama to be like a sniper, just being like, bah. Target acquired. Loading, locking in the spit. Out. Permission to fire, Sarge. Attack llama, no. Larry the llama, no. We do not give you permission at this time. The target is not clear there. LZ is not available. Okay, I'm falling pretty far there. Now, please. Away from me. Away from me, your stingers. I do not like the stingers. There's a bench nearby, at least, from the looks of it. I think I... Okay. Very rude of you, sir. I know I am the one invading upon your home, but there's no reason to treat a guest like that. Like, I can't go up. Uh-oh. I'm a valued guest of your kingdom. You had a welcome sign and everything. Where am I? I cannot go that way, unfortunately. Oh, acid. Why is it always acid? Ooh, I did a little parry there. Interesting. Give me all the Geo. I love the Geo. You could not see you, all the Geo in my way. Oh, this is part of the Mongol Waste as well. I see, I see. I was thinking I might have needed a different map. Oh, hello there, little lady. Can I help you at all? Doesn't look like I can. This door. Dash Master. Wow. Alright, I think I need to come back to here, if I remember correctly. I think I need what I get from a boss here. I need to be good about placing these markers, otherwise I'm just gonna be so lost. Especially when I'm trying to find everything. Alright, gotta go back up. Ow. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. You kind of disintegrated there. Now I disintegrated. Jeez, I hate the acid. I hate the acid. Nothing this way. Son of a gun. All right. I didn't think I could. Oh no, jeez, I'm dumb. These guys are slowly filling up my wallet. They got a little more than milk money on them. Ooh. Heal up. Okay, that opened up there. Can't get up there. Yeah, I think these flying guys gave me so much more trouble before. You know, oh, I played Magic for the first time because I went to Anime NYC with some friends. They showed me Magic, and I bloody hate the blue deck. I now know why it is apparently a common meme. Oh, okay, we got the Mantis Claw here. I thought it was gonna be like a little bit longer before we got the Mantis Claw. Interesting, interesting. But they introduced me to Magic, and what we did was a rip and pick two kind of deck, or like rip two decks, and then you have to play with that deck. I enjoyed it, but man, I had like a red and a white deck, while my friend had a like full blue deck, like two blue decks, and I hated him for all those blue decks. Because he had like so many counter spells, he had so much flying targets, and my deck didn't really have anything that could counter a flying. It had like one card that was like level 5 that could counter it, but that was it. That was all it could do. And it was like a super high like mana card cost that I couldn't really even like get built into pretty quick. And he had like 3 units that were like super low cost that were all flying. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't beat him. Well, okay, so first time I lost, and it was just my like newbie game, you know. You gotta start somewhere and learn. But my goodness. Ooh. This seems important. Marker, we'll place a blue one right there. What do we got right here? Wanderer's Journal. But no, he had like a bunch of small units that I just couldn't hit because they were all flying, and I didn't have anything that could hit flying. It was annoying. It was super duper annoying. We have a route there. This takes us back over this way, which we couldn't go before. I could make my way under that one girl who was trapped now that we have a Mantis Claw. I can't even go here. What the? Where am I supposed to go from here? Maybe down below? My tech has increased vastly. With this mantis claw. Man, I'm so much wiser than I was years ago when I played this. So I was struggling in this area before with all these mantises. Not having a clue what to do against them. And now it's like, oh, I go hit twice, dash out. Or I just do that, you know? No, please. No, I don't want to read. I want to be illiterate. Ow, please. I don't want to read your signs. I don't need to read. I just need to kill. All right. Where? Gotta make my way back down. Back down to the bench. Son of a... Alright, map is updated. Where do I need to go? Looks like there's a down portion up by the Mantis Village, but let me go back over to this area, see if I can rescue this girl. Oh, and then I'll need to put on like the magnetism geo thing, so I don't need to keep worrying about collecting so much. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, okay, come on. No, just climb, just climb, just climb. Ooh, smooth? No longer smooth with it. Hello? Oh, please. Don't leave me behind. You forgot about me? I knew you would. Everyone always forgets about me. Oh? Who are you? Your face, you're so... Oh, I'm sorry. I got lost. I don't know how I ended up here. You came here to rescue me? Greta? The girl that everyone just ignores? Sorry. When I look at your face, I can hardly... I just can't believe you came all the way down here to rescue me. I didn't think anybody... Sorry, I mean, thank you. I mean, I better go. Back to town, I mean. I better get home. Thank you. Alright, so I think I can remove that pin now. Marker... remove.
All right, and then we need to head back to the Mantis Village. But I need to go to the restroom, so give me 1 sec. Be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. I just need to turn the gameplay screen back on so I don't forget about that, because I've done that plenty of times where I've just like completely forgotten about turning that screen back on. And it is I've probably played, I think the longest that I've had that. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind on this acid, bro. I think the longest I had ever kind of like had the be right back screen on while I was playing something was probably like half an hour, which is honestly a bit ridiculous. Can't believe I did that. But you know, things happen from time to time. Whether you intend for them to happen or not. I did not put the magnetism thing on. Whoopee. All right. We are making our way
into le village of the mantises. Ha ha ha. I see you down there. Can I just do a little? Yeah. Ugh. Well, it looks like I killed enough of those guys for the log. Nice little shortcut unlocked. Very nice. Another shortcut unlocked. Looks like there is Geo afoot. I hate how the Geo went into the spikes. Ooh. Jeez Louise. So much Geo. The door unlocked. I wasn't gonna mess around with that guy. He's not even protecting anything. I just wanted his money. It really is kind of funny how, like, yes, this is apparently an intelligent society, and I'm just going in robbing the blind just because I feel like it. Come here. Yeah, I got you, you rascal. Where do you lead to? Okay, 1, rude. 2, I don't know what else other than 2. It was just rude. It was just genuinely a rude thing for them to do. I just wanted to sit at my little bench and have a nice little moment to myself, you know? Ah. Die. 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 I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. I think this way. Aha, hello. Hello, Mantis Lords. Okay. You say you're an intelligent society, but I am more intelligent than you. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay, that's one down. Come on, lock in. Ooh, I thought for sure that would get me. Okay. Okay. No, I thought I could heal up. That was dumb of me. That was so dumb of me. Ah. How far away am I? I'm so far away. I'm so bloody far away. All because they wouldn't open a door for me. All because they wouldn't open a bloody door for me. That's all it was. I just want to go back, get my shade, and kill this boss. I know I can do it. I can easily do it. Wait, Quirrell, what are you doing here?
Hello again. I suppose you've already met with the tribe of this village, hmm? They seem a little distrustful of strangers, to put it lightly. They're not brutes, though, no. The sickness in the air that clouds the minds of lesser beasts, they resist it. They retain their intellect and their honor, though also their lethal traditions. I have some words of advice, friends. If you plan to challenge the lords of the tribe, your blunted nail may prove inadequate. There's a city nearby. The old capital of Hallownest. I've heard a nailsmith resides there. Seek the old bug out, and you may find progress there much easier. Nah, Quirrell. We're goated. We can kill them. I didn't heal quick enough. We're on that demon time. We're gonna easily take these guys down. All right, where's my shade at? I can hear the little... Nope, it's up, it's up. Apparently. All right. You say they may be too tough for me, Quirrell. But I am stubborn. All right, you ain't got nothing on me, Mantis Lords. You may take quite the number of hits, but I can defeat you. Even though I probably should take the advice of Quirrell, because this is a decent amount of hits. Okay.
I don't know how many hits that was. Chat, how many hits was that? You were counting for me, right? They're being quite kind with me with these rotations. Just take our time. I'm not in a rush. There's no time limit to this. I can't heal, so I might as well just, like, do the extra damage that I can put in. Even though that kind of hurt. It's okay. Still 3 more hits. Okay, that was dumb. They really are taking their time with these, eh? Okay, that's one dead. The other one has to be close, right? Ooh. Yeah! See, I told you I didn't need the upgraded nail. Yes. Thank you. I am honored. Thank you. That was a well-fought fight. This is honestly one of the best fights in the game. I love this one. At least of the ones I've experienced, this is such a good fight. Oh, shoot. Deep nest. Mom, I'm scared. Squirrel? This place gives me the creeps. Vicious little creatures burst out all over the place, and the passages are dark, twisting maze. Unless you're well prepared, I urge you to leave. Though, if you're feeling strong enough to ascend, would you like to buy a map? Sure, I'll buy a map. Man, you don't have like that great of a map. What a horrid warren of angry beasts. I think it's going to take a whole lot of effort to climb out of this dark pit. I think I'll hide here a little longer. Alright, I don't think I'm honestly gonna do a lot here. Surprised I'm like, ow. Ah. Put a marker right here. I'm in desperate need of healing, please. Thank you. Ever so kind individuals. Please, can I have the bench now? I also love the fact that they just don't fight you now, unless you want to fight them. They all respect you. Please, can I have bench? Thank you for bench. We're bench. Bench. Also, I really need to put you on. All right, well, I think we need to go somewhere. I think we can go to Queen Station and get that mask piece. Mark of Pride. Ooh. Interesting. Can't quite get there. Ooh, another item? Ooh, a Hallowness seal. Nice. Oh, another thing here? Oh, look at all this geo! 600! Holy smokes! Alright, we're definitely going back up to Queen's Path. Oh, Queen Station is so far away, though. Ugh. Why does Queen Station have to be so far away? It's not even... Ah. So we just keep going up. Oh yeah, I can't get this way because I need like another jump or something. Okay, so we got the Mantis Lords. We need to make our way. Back to Queen Station, and then we can go towards the city. So I just want to get upgrade items. Ow. Definitely not appreciated there, bud. Oh, come on. Oh, look at those hops, though. Oh, look at those hops.
I don't think I'm supposed to go this way.
Actually, no, I think it would be fine to go that way. I'll check out that area once I actually make it back to Queen Station. I just really need a stronger nail is all. Because now I know I can get a stronger nail. Queen Station is this way. And where we need to go. I want to get this mask shard here. I think I can get it now, because I have the claw. Ow. Yeah, look, we're goated. We're goated. Another piece. One more and we'll have all the big moolahs. Or like, why did I say big moolahs? We'll have another mask. Dumbo. Jeez Louise. I still can't get that out of my head. That the stag beetle runs like the werewolves in Twilight. We can check here.
Bapanada.
We'll purchase both of these. Probably stupid to do it, but at least keep track of some stuff. We need to go check on our alimony.
That lovely young lass has returned to us. I must admit, I'd placed thin odds on her survival. Seems to think very highly of her rescuer. Some sort of dashing warrior type. Barely stopped gushing since she got back. The warrior must have passed down below whilst I was taking a nap. Such a shame. I'd love to meet such an impressive bug. Hallowness's great capital is what most of you brave types come to see. Thinking to loot its treasures, I suppose. It must be brimming with them. The city's right at the center of the kingdom, though I've heard the gates are sealed, so gaining its entry can be difficult. It'd be a rich bug that could return with even a fraction of the wealth inside. Despite my age, I've only seen a few who managed it. Must say something of the dangers about its streets. Anything else? It's just the bench.
Patamaschio.
You can do the simple key and then the stall shell. And we'll be broke once again. And from here, let's go back to Queen Station. We'll probably go for just like a little bit longer here. We'll probably stop right at midnight. I think I might go do a Sheets run because I'm a little hungry. I need to catch up on some shows. Might as well do something, but all right. So we want to go to that bottom left. That's kind of right below us right now. So once we do that, looks like there's just a lot of acid down there. So we just gotta go down and left. This way. We can climb up here. Gotcha. Alright, let's see what's going on down here. How many times can one man miss a floating thing? Okay, so this is new territory. Nothing's there. I can hear a little guy. Ah, a little guy. Oh, I didn't go to see your father. I need to get that alimony. Ow. Oh, come on. I can make this. Ooh. Spore shroom. Interesting. Ah, that's what this was. Okay. What does the spore shroom do? Composed of living fungal matter, scatters spores when exposed to soul. When focusing soul, emit a spore cloud that slowly damages enemies. Yeah, that's okay. A little interesting. I'm gonna lose my mind to acid. I think I've taken more damage from acid than anything in this game. Alright, and then off to the city. Is just to the right. Yep, just to the right. Up and to the right is where we shall go.
There is another boss I think we can get to, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna be honest, I forget what I put the blue stuff there for. This is the way to the city, so that's where we're going. I already read it. I just want to. Ow. Okay, is there something up here? There do be stuff here. Ah! Oh, you know what? That's fair. That works. Form the bridge. Little checkpoint of sorts. Nice. A large knight statue. There's a socket on its chest. Insert the city crest? Yes, let's do that. And thus, the city has been opened to us. And the city has been closed to us. Help! Help! Oh, where am I going? Just Geo. All it is Geo. I mean, I'll take the Geo, no doubt. I was expecting a little more surprise up here than what was found. Oh, okay. Okay. I remember those stupid bats now. What is man over here doing? No. Bloody locked out. We're getting into more levers now. Okay. Hurt a little bit. We're actually, I feel like we're making pretty decent progress. I mean, to be fair, this is not our, like, first time ever in this area. So I feel like if this was my first time, like Mantis Lords, we got that pretty quick. I think, but my first time ever playing this game, it took me at least like 10 tries to beat the Mantis Lords. I'm just that goated now. The great gates have been sealed. None shall enter, none shall leave. Ow. I need health. Please. Oh, Quirrell, bench, share bench. I like how Quirrell's just like looked over, is like, hey bud. And I'm just staring at the screen like, please release me from the sweet, give me sweet death. Oh, I looked down, I'm looking at a little my toesies. I'm a little sleepy. I like this. This is peaceful music. The capital lies before us, my friend. What a somber place it seems, and one that holds the answers to many a mystery. I too have felt the pull of this place, though now I sit before it, I find myself hesitant to descend. Is it fear, I wonder, or something else that holds me back?
The city looks to be built into an enormous cavern, and the rain pours down from the cracks in the stone above. There must be a lot of water up there somewhere. I suppose if the cave roof stayed strong for this long, it should hold for us. Before I leave the kingdom, I'd like to see where all the water comes from. What a sight it must be. If you look down from here, through the rain, you can just make out those twisted sentries, their husks still stuck in the endless patrol. I'd be cautious around them, my short friend. Their training will not have been forgotten. The city presents some formidable foes. Isn't it a wonderful spot for rest? I so love the sound of rain upon glass. It truly is a wonderful sound, world. Truly peaceful. What do we got over here? We're raiding the coffers, raiding all the geo. The City of Tears. Cool. Ow. I don't know where I'm going here. I'm just kind of going. Helena seal. I've fallen. I can just wait in the water. Nice. Ooh, nailsmith, nailsmith. No, can't do anything there. Ow. Sir, that was very offensive to me. You had gravely injured my soul and my being. Oh, it's like the fungal waste is kind of bleeding into the city a little bit here. Ooh, hello there. Have you brought me another nail to be honed? Leave it on the ground and return later if you're still breathing. Ah. Oh. I thought you were someone else. After a nailsmith, are you? Well, you found one. I'm not much for talk, but if it's a nail that needs repaired, then you've come to the right bug. Your own nail is in quite a sorry state. It obviously is not one of mine. Still, anything can be refined with enough effort and skill, even that broken blade. If you'd like, I can reforge your nail. I'll make the blade far more deadly. Yes, please, 250 geo. I know, like, later on you have to, like, pay for, like, have, like, an ore to do it. But I'm glad you didn't need it right away. This would have made it so much easier, the Mantis fight. There we go. The reforging is complete. I've honed your nail's edge. You can find it much stronger than it used to be. Head out there and test its strength against your foes. You're still here. Is there something else you want? If you bring me a piece of pale ore, I can forge it into your nail and make it stronger still. Alright, pale ore. We're on the lookout for pale ore. One hit, 2 hit. So we now do 2 points of damage. Just about, I think. We can at least kill that thing in one shot, so that's all that matters. We're starting to kill things in one shot. It's not going to be everything, obviously, but... at least helps with some annoying things. Like those little buggers.
Oh, he drowned. Is there... I wonder if there's anything else. Okay, 3 hits for those. I think they were 4 before. I don't think I went this way before. First one of those guys that I've killed. Oh. Oh, I can go up still. Ugh! Oh, stupid bat. What do we got here? Rancid egg. Ow. Once I get to like another major kind of feeling area, I'll call it for the night. Heal up a little bit. Ow. I didn't know you... oh, because you're a new enemy. I was like, I didn't think you threw that before. I have no idea where I'm going, just like a FYI. I'm just kind of winging it. I hear a worm. I hear grub. Where you at, Mr. Grub? Mr. Grubly. Rascal. Shortcut opened up there. Is that blocked off? No, it's not. Ah, another bench, okay. Ah, that's blocked off. Where you at, Mr. Wormy? I got you. Hey, buddy. Go back to your dad. Tell him I send him my regards. Hold on. Conifer's nearby. Ooh. Little gauntlet here? It wasn't that bad of a gauntlet, to be fair. Alright, Conifer, where you at? I need myself another map. Open up a bench. Ooh, fancy. Hey, Conifer. Please tell me, isn't this a change from those twisting natural caverns? The rain does cast something of a sadness upon all, but the architecture is simply splendid. Charting such a different space is quite the challenge, though one I've eagerly undertaken. Perhaps you should care to purchase a copy of my achievements so far? Yes, absolutely. You aren't robbing me blind, and I have enough geo, baby. Ah, making myself some good progress. I need to get to the stag bench there. I'm kind of just like cruising. Cruising along. Oh, hey, Zo.
Hoy! Watch where you're going, you soggy vagabond. I don't want you splashing me. I've had a miserable time trying to keep dry. I am Zot the Mighty, a knight of great renown. If I decide that I'm going to stay dry, then that's what's going to happen. Curse this wretched city. Water and monsters constantly fall from above. It's no wonder this blasted kingdom fell to ruin. Have you seen them? The guards who still patrol the city even after dying? Even being overly devoted to one's duty is no virtue.
No, says to you, Zo, but they have a certain honor, a regard, a respect. That's quite admirable, one might say. Ah, now we've unlocked it. Okay, ow. What? Hooah! Hooah, he goes. Okay, that was stupid. Ow, that was stupid as well. I'm not dying to you. I'm just letting you know that right now. I might die to you. Nope. I'm just too goated. May have not had all the tech, but I had some tech. Alright. Here is another... Place the, that there. No! You can hear someone marching up above. Ah! Come on. What do we got here? Another simple key. Very nice. We love ourselves some simple keys. And then stag station is up here. Ow. Wanderer's Journal, very nice. I forget what they do. I think they give like geo in some location. We'll go back to the stag station, but not enough geo. Dang. But I know where this takes us. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that takes us back up to the Forgotten Crossroad. So I'll probably, but I also got to pay for the toll of stag station. All right, let's see if I have enough to afford the stag station. Oh, it's even worse. It's 200. Ah. I kind of want to unlock both of those before I get off. So I'll probably just like farm down here real quick. This is what do each of those guys? 12? I just need money. That's all I need. You have enough for the lift. But I would like to get enough for all of it. Okay. All right. Gotta make just a tad bit more. Can you? There we go. Still don't think that's quite enough. So we'll come down here. And we need like 350 if we want to open up both those things. Did I even go this way before? Oh, this is the, okay. Yeah, I've been here. Give me all your money. I think the other way had more. I forget where the other way was. I think it was just up here. We definitely have enough for the bench. I just want to make sure. I think if we have 400, I know we'll have enough. Which should be pretty simple coming through here. I don't know if you can see in the my friend has messaged me, Silk Song 4 days. I know, it's so very, very close. Alright. Please, I need the geo. I just need a little more geo. Please, please. Just a little bit of stuff geo, sir. I don't need a lot. I just need enough to fund my journeys, to open up some gates. I've just been like spending it like pretty freely, all things considered. That was 20 right there. Oh, wait, I'm in somewhere new? Oh!
Bora's son? Gian.
Aye, come searching for rare items, have you? Well, hands off. This collection is mine, and I won't be selling to grubby little wanderers. Still, I imagine you may come across some interesting items in your travels. Maybe you care to part with some? I offer fair trade for each.
Velmi Ardred.
Heck yeah, I'll sell those.
Oh, Paul.
Ha, aha, Nasile. Very interesting, this. Do you know of the kingdom's 5 great knights? The revered figures of Hollownest, often mentioned in the annals of the kingdom, but only as a group. Both their names and appearance seem to be expunged from history. So long has passed since their time, it'd be a grand achievement to discover their identities. Another one sold. Another Hollownest seal. Pass it over. I enjoy collecting their like, but there's little information to be gleaned off of each. Mind you, they do keep a nice shine about them, and there's nothing wrong with appreciating something purely on aesthetic merits. Velmi Artrid. A Hollownest seal, eh? Give it here. Do you have anything else for me? If not, get your damp little self out of my home. I have another Hollownest seal for you. Another Hollownest seal? Others have told me there is a statue out by the city's entrance depicting a large knightly figure. Could be one of the kingdom's great 5. I've looked it over myself, but the gate's long been shut tight, and it's too much hassle taking the long way round with all those blasted husks about. A wanderer's journal, eh? Though they're common find about the kingdom, I much enjoy the deciphering of their texts. Read together, they paint a morbid tale. It seems fate was unkind most who traveled within Hollownest's ruin. I have enough Geo now. Another Wanderer's Journal. I might not offer a lot for each, but they're plentiful about the caverns. I doubt you'll find another willing to make trade for Geo. Looks like you don't have any relics on you. If you manage to find any in good condition, bring them to me and I'll give you a fair amount of Geo for them. Very nice, very nice. Alright, so with that, I'll check out down here real quick. I doubt there's... Yeah, nothing. Alright, we have unlocked a simple keyhole. That'll take us somewhere. I don't want to be here yet, I don't think. I still gotta explore the city. Alright, we'll go back, purchase those passages, and then call it a night. Yeah, that sounds like a mighty fine plan if I do say so myself. Already traveled along these ways. Have I gone through here? It's just the door that I can't get through yet. There is something in the top right here. I have not been through here. What is this? Oh, fudge. Ow. Okay. I think I know what way I need to go now. All right. We are ever closer to our goal. And I'll probably head back up to the town real quick, see what I can buy, what I can purchase with my newfound wealth. So I definitely can get the lantern. That'd be kind of nice to get. You know what? I ignore. I think, yeah, I ignore. Oh my gosh, if I could jump, I would ignore. Okay. Then we'll go over to here. To open this elevator, I believe. I don't think I've gone this way. What do we have over here? Ooh. I think it just dropped. I am finding interesting things here. Ow. Is that a mask piece or an orb piece? Ah, it's an orb piece. Okay, I'll still take it though. Very cool, very cool. Looking cool, Joker. Still hear something walking though. Aha. I knew I heard something. Alright, and then with that, we'll go down, activate the stag. We'll go back to town, buy some goodies, and we'll be on our way for the night. Ow. Very nice. We can pay the 200. Ooh, we've already opened up half of the Hollowness stag stations. Sweet. Does that mean we're halfway through the game? What do you have to say here?
I remember this station well. A common trip it was. Goods from all over the kingdom were transported here. Not a lot was sent back the other way, though.
Alright. Let's go back to Dirtmouth. See what we can purchase. And then be on our way. We'll probably call it a night. I like little hopping. You like a little hopping? Have anything for us this little day? No supplies. Unfortunate. What do you have in here? Oh, we have a mask shard. Sick. Hey, we get an extra health now. Nice. The white savior, the maiden woke in darkness. Confused, she reached out. Sharp brambles jabbed at all sides, burning acid bubbled below. What nightmare had led her here? What hope of survival remained? Doomed, she thought herself, and to despair she fell, until a light gloomed far in the distance, a bright, glowing spot fast approaching. It swept majestic about the thorns, leapt above the burning waters, and dove towards the maiden. Coming close, the form revealed at last a beautiful being, sharp horns gleaming white. Arms reached out for the damsel, gathering her up, grip firm. I thought I was going to say something else. Well, at least we got a new mask fragment. We got 6 health now. We're going up in the world. All right, Sly. We'll buy the Lumafly lantern. Purchase the rancid egg. You got nothing else. Give me more trinkets. I need more trinkets. I hope you aren't too disappointed by our little town, traveler. Though it is now a solemn place, once we were much more welcoming. Entry to the kingdom was forbidden long ago, supposedly after some great calamity. Many gates were closed, but our old wells remained as a way to creep back in. Over the years, all kinds used to use the well to wriggle into the ruins, wanderers, thieves, adventurers. Funny how few ever come back up. Perhaps they find what they're looking for? Ah, I'm not so naive. No doubt they've all been gobbled up. There are countless dangers in those depths. Halonus' great capital is what most of you brave types come to see. Thinking to loot its treasures, I suppose? It must be brimming with them. The city's right at the center of the kingdom, though I've heard the gates are sealed, so gaining entry can be difficult. I think... Yeah. Alright. I think with that, I'm just gonna go back to the city. Rest on the bench. And then we'll call it a night. Alrighty. On that note, everybody, I think we're going to call it for tonight. I'm going to take a look at my achievement list. See how many actually I got done tonight. Because I feel like I've made some decent progress tonight. 6 achievements out of 54. We are still a very long ways to go. But you know, having a good time. I am sad I haven't played this in a long time or actually even beat the game, but it's fun to play through it again. I know I'm kind of like pretty quick to go through some of these things, but it's still taken, like, we've gone for like 4 hours plus at this point, and we're still like pretty at the beginning. Like if I quit to menu, will it show me my progress so far? Probably like, what? Oh, it's not showing a percentage. Maybe I have to unlock that, but we're making good progress. I'm having a good time. So I do want to thank everybody for coming out to the forest. It's been an absolute pleasure of a night to be able to stream once again for you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably be streaming this all day just to see where I can get to. Because I have no plans. It's Labor Day, so I'm off of work, so that is very, very nice. But on that note, once again, thank you all so very much for coming out to the forest. My name is the Forest Nook, and hey, if you like the stream, why not leave a follow? I'd very much appreciate it. Helps with the stream, helps promote the stream, and keeps you notified when I go live next. But outside of that, that's pretty much it. Thank you once again all for coming to the forest. My name is the Forest Nook. Remember, be kind, be safe, be good people, and I'll talk to you all later.